Okay. Hello, Hummingbird's Nest, and welcome to Stratosphere 125. I have now joined to an Super Silver. I just saw myself on stream. Yeah, so it looks like that this tournament has been pretty good so far, almost being a Super Silver, but not that close. Still getting, still players getting a good amount of qualification points. With the match that just played, a solid 7-2 win for Never Say GG. And for the next match, it's sure going to be a good one. But yes, I'm going to try and do having the Wumbo Flush on my head for the whole tournament. I'll try and make sure it stays on because it's really funny. And I don't know if my mic is good or not. Okay. So right now we are waiting for one more match before top 8. This match will be most likely Wave versus Jackman. That's my assumption. Or it could be Wave versus Hugh. And that could be a bit of an underdog story. My big falling. I have my blade to my right, and it's just laying against the wall and it's falling. So currently, with the other match that we're waiting on, I'm hearing that it's currently a 4-3 lead. I didn't see who it was for, but chat, I want to know how are we doing today and how are we doing on this fine weekend after having TOS Asia Open earlier today and having Apple Orchid Cup yesterday with a regular TOS a couple hours before that. Looks like it's been a pretty packed weekend for tournaments. So for this silver tournament, it is anyone that plays 12th place and up will receive points, as the top player will receive 32 points for this tournament, and anyone placing lower can get 25 points for second, 19 points for third, and then progressively lowers from 14, 9, 5, and then 2 for the top 16 players. And we are getting pretty close to that happening, with most of our top 16 players already receiving at least 2 TWC points. Well, let's just make it worse. Yeah, no, the Wumble plushie is currently on my head rather securely somehow, and I'm just balancing it because I have a bit of a flat head. This is really funny. I could probably lean really far back and it would still stay on. And it still lives. What? The Wumble plushie is carrying the stream right now. Hotnog, thank you for the raid. We're hoping you're having a good stream, as we are currently waiting for our next match, which is going to be match 36, Wave against Jackman. Currently waiting for players to come into the bracket. Sorry, coming into the room. Looking at the stats, Macro Wave will be playing with an average of 3.29 pieces per second, with a very strong 160 APM against Gemini, as Jackman playing with an average of 3 pieces per second and roughly the same attack at 158 APM. And both players are asking for a warm-up, and we will be getting that warm-up very shortly. And warm-up has started. Wave started with opposite SD spin, completes the spin, finds a TSD as Gemini is dealing with some garbage right now, but finds an open well. Has the perfect pieces for a nice down stack to keep the back-to-back. Wave had to break his chain. Same with Gemini, but sends a 14-line donation, almost topping out Wave. Wave's at the top, in a bit of danger here. Gets to the well nicely, sends a nice TSD into the Tetris, sends it. Both players exchanging attack right now. It's a relatively similar board for both players, and Gemini almost with the color clear. Both players have neutral state, but Gemini sets up a fractal, and that is the finishing blow for the warm-up. Gemini takes it. And we'll be moving on to the main match shortly after this. That was a good match between both players, maintaining good defense. But now we have to see if they can continue that into the first to 7 to get into top 8. both players starting with SD spin, which I might take a different approach. Tries to do a TSC, but doesn't find the right pieces in time. Gemini is sending a good amount of garbage to build up a 5 back-to-back, as Wave had to break their back-to-back chain. He's now in a bit of trouble here, but takes care of it nicely. Both players have a neutral board state right now, but Gemini with the 8 back-to-back, 9, 10, breaks it at 10, sending a 22-27 donation at the top. Wave is in front of the trouble here, but finds a clutch and gets out of it. Defense from Wave right now is really good. Got out of from the top of the board. Is in a bit of trouble here again with the 41 spike. Gemini sending a huge attack. Almost got out of it alive. Now moving on to the second round. Gemini had to stall for a little bit to receive the garbage, but Wave has just been giving constant pressure. Is down to 9 back-to-back, 10. Keeps it going. 11. Had to break it to defend the surge that was being sent. Slowly building up as well, but misdrops the TP doesn't affect them too much, but sends it a Tetris. But now has to worry about a 9 back-to-back. Breaks it, doesn't get the pieces right in time. Gemini taking the second point. Gemini with TKI. Wave with SD spin. Gemini building up the LST on the right side. Gets a nice well going with this sneaking in a TSC. Was waiting out the surge break from Wave and responds with sending more damage. But Gemini tanked it nicely. But it's now sending some cheese with the 26 spike. That sends Wave to the top of the board from a crazy combo. Wave almost blocking the well, but now has a beautiful opening. Has to do a quick color clear. And they're out of it alive still. Finds a way to get out of it for the 12th spike, but not doing as much damage as hoped. Gemini sending constant pressure, and Wave can't handle it. Wave going back to SD spin, taking care of it nicely, is now at a 4 back-to-back chain, starting the surge. It's now at 6. Gemini gonna have to try and find a way to get out of it, but does so nicely. Wave tries to send a surge, and it does, sending a 21 spike. Wow! Wave responds with damage that is double from Gemini. Gemini has a nice well built up, but it is utilizing it with the T-pieces to keep on building the surge. Wave just trying to find some momentum that brings the tie. But can't find anything right now. Gemini is finding some nice spins right now, bringing to 6 back-to-back. Wave's in a bit of trouble here, couldn't get the right pieces in time. Gemini spent a little bit, and that was too much for Wave, taking the 4th point. Score being 4-1. I see potential for a couple openers here. Wave with some interesting spins right now. Gemini trying to find a way to get to the well without breaking the chain. Does so, sending a 19 spike from a 5 surge. But Wave also says no. Gemini is top of their board, but has a perfect well open. Sending the TFC to mini Z. Oh, couldn't get to the T piece in time. One piece short, and Gemini is sending constant pressure. Wait, going back to SD spin. Finding some good pieces right now. Filling up the 7 surge, 8. Breaks it at 8 to defend. Has the right pieces to defend. Getting to it. And gets out of it alive. But it now has an opportunity to build the T-spin chain. Finds a nice spin. Oh, couldn't break out of it alive. Gemini is going crazy with the pressure right now. With a 6-1 lead. Gemini tries to go for PC, but he couldn't get the right pieces in time. Wave building up the 5 surge, 6 surge. Gemini slowly building up their back-to-back. Now it's a surge. Has to break it at 5. And that is enough for Gemini to beat Wave 7-1. GG. Congratulations on moving to top 8. Gemini moves on to top 8 playing Firestorm in the first match of top 8, as Wave will have to play one more to prove to themselves that they can play in top 8. Yeah, that was a good match for Gemini, just applying constant dominant pressure. If we can see that for their match against Firestorm, they can provide some serious damage and potentially move on to winners finals. But now for the next match, possibly being Gigawatt versus Muke. Both players being relatively close in seeding, with Gigawatt being seed 8 and Muke being seed 7. This is going to be close. This is going to be close for both players and potentially a tiebreaker. But not everything can go as planned, and both players may have some crazy misdrops or not having the right pieces in time to maintain proper defense and attack, and can be very costly. As we wait for our opponents, Never Say GG averages a 3.15 pieces per second while attacking at 159 attack per minute. That can be very strong for openers and to maintain the pressure that's needed to move on to top 8. As we still wait for Muke to come in. Muke playing at a 3.2 pieces per second while averaging 154 attack per minute. This can still be a very even match, but if it can be similar to something that as last time, one player can dominate and provide constant pressure, leading to some crazy outcomes and some crazy attack. Both players are almost ready, and Muke is asking for a warm-up, which will be getting started just shortly, as we are nearing top 8. Warm-up match is starting. Muke starting off with this crazy T-spin magic right now. Sending a crazy 15 spike. Never Say GG sending a double Tetris and a TSC for the 22 spike, and that is too much for Muke. And Muke starts this game with a crazy opening spike for the warm-up. If they can transfer this attack into the actual game, this can be very, very good for Muke and potentially very dangerous for Never Say GG. As we get started to the main match, Muke started with PCO, but it's a PC no. Never Say GG gets the all clear from the SC spin. Finds the second PC, goes into C spin, lays the first one, second one, breaks the surge at 6. Muke is in some trouble here. Finds the well. Getting the surge built up, but has to break it at 4, unfortunately. Muke is going to have to find a way to get to the well. Finds it. Does it through a couple spins. Gets to it nicely. But is now going to have to deal with 2 lines of cheese and then the perfect well that's happening. But instead, almost got scared from the damage that's coming from Never Say GG. And Never Say GG sends a lot of damage and constant pressure to Muke, causing them to top out. Taking the first point, Never Say GG starts off with a TKI. Finds the well from Muke. A good 12 spike from Muke and sends a 20 from the surge built up. That is too much pressure. And Muke ties it up at 1. No sweep for this game. Never Say GG starts with the C-spin. Built it into a 6-3 well. Muke up top of their board. Not enough defense. Never Say GG strikes back and takes the lead. Muke sending an early S-spin. Built it into a center T-spin well. Excuse me, that was some good pressure from Muke to find good attack in time. Never Say GG has a good well open right now. With a 5 surge, 6 surge into the 26 spike, Muke is in some trouble here. If they can find, almost finds the pieces and the dependencies, but Never Say GG is on a constant pressure. Muke setting up the SDSC, but fails to do it. Almost misspin. Never Say GG. Oh, could have broken the well, but couldn't get to it in time. Muke was sending too much attack, and is now tied up at 3 again. Never Say GG is applying good pressure with the TSCs. But Muke has been slowly building up their surge at 6, sends it, and applies pressure, but both players are providing pressure. Never Say GG has more, and it's building into cheese, which can't be good for Mute. Finds a nice bounce back for the 19 spike. Never Say GG was building up a 6th surge and broke it. Never Say GG with a nice down stack. Almost PC potential. Never Say GG is starting off with a C-spin, but also has a well to work with. Going to have to do a bit of down stacking while using the eye dependency, but can't get to it in time. Was stalling a bit too much. Muke was sending too much garbage and ties it back up at 4. It's a very even match right now, and this could be the turning point for both players, but Muke suffers from the C-spin misdrop. Never Say GG built up a 5 surge, but couldn't do enough damage that they wanted to. Well, there's a neutral board space. Mute sending the double Tetris in the T-spin. Sorry, I kind of got a brain fart there. Never Say GG had a surge built up, but had to break it. Sitting at a comfortable 3.2, but Mute get a bit of trouble here. Oh no! Had a bit of trouble from the misdrops and couldn't downstack to it in time. Causing Never Say GG to bring back the lead. Oh no, having to break the third, the back-to-back. Never Say GG having some good defense right now with the counter spike, taking a 2-point lead. Had too much damage for Muke, and I may be commentators cursing in this, but Never Say GG is slowly pulling away. From once a very even match to tying it up all the way to 4 points, but Mute sending a crazy amount of surge. Wow, it's back to a 1-point game. Mute is saying not today, and is still in this game. Never Say GG starting off with a TKI. Mute going crazy with the attack right now. Broken up the 5 surge. Never Say GG sending too much damage, and that is it. It is now time to say GG, because good job to both players and good game. Never Say GG moves on to top 8, as Muke will still get 2 TWC points for playing in this tournament and making it to top 16. As we get ready for our next match, that one was a good one. It was a very even start for Never Say GG and Muke. But unfortunately, some rounds may have to come to a close, and sometimes players have to push away to get to the finish line. But now, Never Say GG moves on to top 8, and we'll be starting with our first top 8 match, as the other players are going to be getting ready. A bit behind on a couple losers round matches. But in the meantime, for our first match, it will be Firestorm versus Gemini. as we saw Gemini play a bit earlier, they have some potential to make it an even match, but Firestorm, being the first seed, can show a dominating finish. Both players are starting this match with a warm-up. Gemini going for PC, can't get the right pieces, or chose not to do it. Firestorm with a bit of a well open, then some double Tetris, building up the surge for the 5 surge as Gemini silently builds up his 13 surge, 14, almost breaks it, 16, keeps on going strong, 17 at the top, had to break it, but sends a massive 24 spike. That does nothing to Firestorm. Instead, Firestorm returns the damage with their surge and downstacks to take the warm-up. Firestorm being the favorite as one of the top players in the world and winning and becoming 3rd place for Snow is Infinite and coming 2nd place for Torneo Latam's tournament a couple weeks ago. They have some strong potential to possibly take this silver tournament to still gain the TWC points they need to move on to the main stage, which the top 16 players in the leaderboard will be personally invited to the championship main event that is happening at the end of summer. As predictions open up, Gemini is asking for votes to be the underdog winner. Some players can do it, but I will choose opposite and go one. Because I've made my prediction. We were just about to get started, but it was still a 1st to 1. Quickly changing that now to 1st to 11 for top 8. And now we get started in 3, 2, 1, game on. Gemini starting off with the center well, building up TSDs and TSSs, get the downstack going. Firestorm slowly building up the 6th surge, making it 8, 9, 10. Gemini is in a bit of trouble here, but finds his fractal. Has to break the surge in defense. Does so nicely, but can't get the pieces right in time. Firestorm taking the 1st point. Gemini starting off with PCO. Can't get to the PC. PC mill, but finds downstack for days. Firestorm tries to do a TSD, but missed. Missed out on the opportunity. Gemini starts their surge build, making it to a 5, 6, 7, 8. Firestorm also building up their surge with the perfect well right now. Now at 8. Gemini sends a 12 surge for a massive 31 spike. Gemini is now on the board, tying it up at 1. Gemini going crazy with that one. Firestorm starting off with opposite SD. As Gemini finds the fractal to TSS to Tetris, building up more TSCs, sends their surge for a 30 spike. But Firestorm responds by sending the surge, sending the garbage back. But Gemini has their surge built up to 10 now, 11. Trying to find a way to keep it alive while still sending an attack. Had to break it at 14 to send a 16 spike. Doesn't do much for Firestorm. They cancel it out nicely. But Gemini, proving that they can be dominant, sends a massive spike. I did not see how much it was, and tops out Firestorm. Gemini going back to the center well, tried to tuck in the JC, but couldn't get to it. Firestorm is playing very dominant attack building right now as they get up to 9 surge. 11, 12, 13, sends it for a 35 spike. Gemini says no, sends a double TFT. But downstacks nicely for a 17 spike. Doesn't do much. But slowly builds up their surge. Can't get anything going right now. Firestorm creeping up with a 12 surge. 14. Might send it soon. Gemini needs to get their defense ready. But building a 10 surge right now. Firestorm is 10 ahead at 24. 25. This is too much. 26, 29. 29 spike, and that is way too much for Gemini. Couldn't handle it all at once. Firestorm reclaims the lead, taking it 3-2. Still so much Tetris left. But this is never over when it's over. Firestorm couldn't figure out what to do when getting sent so much garbage. And Gemini uses that to take advantage and tie up the game. Gemini going back to PCO extend. Finds a double rattle. Building up the 8 surge now. 9 at the top, has to break it in defense, but finds the well. Firestorm sends a 13 surge, but Gemini takes it and gets rid of it nicely. Both players at a somewhat neutral board state, but also sending a crazy ton of attacks. Firestorm just sent their surge. A bit cheesy for Gemini right now. I will be back in about a minute. I am going to get some water. Okay, I am back after hydrating. Chat, you should do the same. Firestorm sending a massive 23 spike, 28. Oh, Gemini almost had the opportunity to defend it, was very close. But Firestorm had sent a crazy spike and makes the game 5-3. But Gemini had a good attack there, building it up to 9 surge. Breaks it, sending a 22 spike. Firestorm responds to the 21 spike. Gemini takes it. Firestorm with the 8 surge. Takes it. Sorry. Gemini takes it nicely. And is now in a neutral board state as Firestorm builds the surge to 8. And then sends it. Gemini responds with their 7 surge. Making some cheese for Firestorm. Oh, Gemini's in a bit of trouble here. Blocks the well. Gets to it. But it's almost not enough. Firestorm has a 3-point lead right now and is pulling away for the victory. Gemini with Firestorm had some trouble there, and Gemini used it to take advantage and win the round. Gemini going back to 2 points now. Running it back with PC extend as Firestorm builds up STSD, uses it, tried to spin the eye to the well, couldn't do it. It is now 7-4. The score that Cadigan does not like. Gemini doing well with that center well. A nice quick little down snap for the 19 spike dead. Way too much for Firestorm. Gemini still down by 2, but is saying no and wants to stay in this game. Firestorm at the bottom of their board. But not in it. Goes back to the bottom after not being there. While still building up a 12 surge. Sends it for the 21 spike. Gemini having some well to work with. Gets in a nice TSD. Almost had a surge built up, but decided not to do it. Firestorm having the 7 surge as Gemini builds up to 5. Has to break it again. No surge for both players for this round, as they can't find a way to utilize it without costing too much attack problems. But Firestorm building up a nice TSD tower. Finds a 10 spike, 10 surge, sends it. Gemini taking care of it perfectly. With a nice 5-6 spike, sending the good amount of attack that's needed. It's now at a 9 surge, 11, 12, building it up perfectly. Firestorm is close to responding. Takes it perfectly and is now at 13. Sends it and Gemini can't do anything. Tops out and Firestorm took back the 3-point lead. Gemini building up an interesting well there. but sends a nice 15 spike. Still has that well available. Has to defend a little bit. Firestorm has to deal with some cheese now. But both players are playing relatively evenly right now with the same attack. But Firestorm is going 0.5 CPS faster. But it's not giving Gemini too much of a problem, as they are at a 9 surge right now. Sends it, and Firestorm cancels it. Couldn't do enough attack. And Gemini is now back to building up their surge, starting it up at 4. Firestorm starts their surge now, is now at 6. Well, Gemini sets up the SDSC to make it 12 surge now. Has to break it. Sends up a 21 spike. Firestorm responds by breaking their surge. Gemini responds perfectly! That was perfect defense from Gemini, and they almost had it. Firestorm still responding with the pressure. Gemini almost did really well with escaping that defense. Gemini setting up the fractal. Does a mini Iceman or a line. And sends their surge. Firestorm sitting at a neutral board state, but now sets up a well. Can have an opportunity to build some surge using it. As no attack is coming in right now. It sets up 12 spike surge, but didn't need to break it, as the attack was too much for Gemini. It is now a 5-point advantage and match point for Firestorm. As far as Firestorm now builds up the DT cannon, is now at their 4 surge, sending a TSD into a Tetris into another TSD. That is too much. Firestorm taking the win, 11-5, moving on to winners finals. Gemini played a strong game there at the start, but fatigue was slowly coming in, and it was too much. It was still a very good match for both players, and we will see Firestorm in the winners finals and Gemini in a couple matches. Moving on to our next top 8 match to meet Firestorm in winners finals, it will be Amberdoodle versus Coldless. I've seen both players play in previous Stratosphere tournaments, and it's been pretty good so far. Putting the Wumbo plushie back on my head. I know, chat, you can see it. And unfortunately, the Wumbo plush cannot commentate. Sure thing. Receiving stats from both players. Coldless sitting at a comfortable 2.98 pieces per second, while still maintaining 166 attack per minute. That can still be very strong and powerful to take on Amber, who plays at 3.3 pieces per second, and with the same attack, 166 APM. Amber may have the speed advantage, but Coldless can still have the attack advantage, or it can be the same start to tie things up, and then one player could move on and continue their run to winners finals. As we wait for players to possibly want a warm-up, Amber says yes. We will be having a warm-up. We're just waiting for Coldless to ready up. Warm-up starting up soon. Getting into warm-up. Both players starting with SD spin. Amber Doodle going ahead at 4.5 feet per second. Coldest shortly behind, but now both players getting into mid-game. Oh, Coldest misdropped the IP. So close to getting to the well. But a quick warm-up. It will now be going into the next match. Getting to the first 11. Both players starting with SD spin. Amber Doodle going ahead, almost at 5 pieces per second. Coldest short leaves behind at 3.5 pieces per second, but Coldest taking their time, trying to find out what to do as Amber sends their 10 surge. Coldest takes care of it perfectly, but is now at the top of their board, but has a perfect well to deal with. Coldest trying to figure out how to deal with the crazy damage, with the crazy garbage that they have on their board, while Amber still tries to maintain pressure. Now is at 8 spike surge, breaks its defense, but still responds with the 18 surge spike. Coldest sending a 22 spike, sending Amber to the top of the board, but Amber finds the well and gets back to the bottom, in that neutral board state. Coldest misdrops the TPs. That doesn't affect them too much, and they recover perfectly. Amber now has the surge built up. Breaks it at 5. Coldest is playing really good defense right now. Amber maintaining good pressure while still being at the top of the board, having some cheese to now deal with, while still building up their back, or trying to at least. Coldest now at the bottom of their board, finds the Z spin. Amber now at 11 spikes surge sent, and takes the first point of the second top 8 match. Coldest playing some good attack right now, but while keeping up his 6 surge. Amber just staying at the bottom of their board while still maintaining pressure. As Coldest has a perfect well right now as a 20 spike and sends it off to Amber, who can't take it. Coldest is now on the board, leading with a 2-1. Amber starting off with SD spin, staying with Coldest shortly behind. Has the well. Built up backpack bit, and is now at 6, 7, 8. Been a bit of trouble for Amber. Coldest now at 13. He's not 16. Amber at the bottom of their board. Setting into 22 Surge. Because now Amber was in a bit of trouble there, couldn't find a way out of it, and Coldest takes the second point to tie it up. Coldest now taking back the lead, 3-2 for the first lead of this match, as Amber had a PC going. Amber in a bit of trouble here, can't get anything going. Coldest coming back, Amber in a bit of trouble here after 4 unanswered points for Coldest. Coldest is now applying the pressure that is needed to win this round. Chat, giving you a quick heads up, I will be stepping away for a quick minute, and I will be back shortly. And just like that, Never Say GG gets the point back. It breaks the lead into 3 points now. Wave having a massive well built up. Couldn't find a proper attack though. Never Say GG having a nice LST built up. Slowly coming back from the 8-4 score, and is now bringing it back to 8-6. Never Say GG starting off with the TKI. Wade's having to deal with a couple misdrops. Finds the Jason to get out of it. And it's working. But Never Say GG builds up the 8, 9, 10 surge, 11 surge, breaks it for the 29, 30, 37 spike, almost 40. Wow! Building up so much damage and attack. That was an insane spike. Wade building up the center well for the fractal into 6 surge now. Had to break it, but sends a 16, 18 spike from a combo to now send Cheese over to Never Say GG. They take care of it nicely. And Wade having a perfect stride well ready, but doesn't utilize it that much. Instead takes their own approach and goes to the center well. As Never Say GG sends an 18 spike. Wade in a bit of trouble here. And couldn't find the down stack in time. It is now tied up at 8. Wade starting off with SC spin. Never Say GG with the PCO extend into the perfect well for them. This is Tetris, TSC to another Tetris and TSC building up the 8 surge. Both players sitting at 9, but Wade sends it at 10. Never Say GG sends theirs at 8, at 11. Wade finding a simple combo to use. Found having the DFD ready as a backdoor attack. Wade finding the middle strike going right now as they are going fast at 3.5 ESPS. Never Say GG just slowly behind at 3.8. 3.18 as they find SDSC, but couldn't get the right spin in time. Doesn't affect them as they still get to the well. Wave had to deal with a bit of garbage, but Never Say GG had a couple misdraws. Tried to find a way to solve it and to clear up the holes, but can't get to it. Couldn't find the way to the downstack and sacrifices the comeback lead, and is now Wave now takes the lead back. As Wave builds up their surge, as Never Say GG sends it at 6. Wade sends it at 5. Both players in a pretty neutral board stay at the moment, but anything can change just in a snap of a second, just like that. Wave sends their well, as Never Says GG builds up the 8 surge, sends it for the 21 spike. Wave is in a bit of trouble here, finds the well, almost cleared it. Sorry, almost covered it, but then cleared it. Wade having the speed advantage, but Never Say GG is still maintaining the pressure, but misdrops the eyepiece and it costs them the round. They are now at match point. Never Say GG is going to have to find a way to get back the 2-point deficit to get into a tiebreaker. Having the 3 back-to-back now, 4 surge, 5, as Wave is sitting at neutral board state. Never Say GG, sitting at the 16th surge. Wave is going to have to find a way to absorb all that garbage and does so perfectly. Never Say GG speeding up to their pace and matching the same pace as Wave, but Wave misdrops the T-piece, but solves it to not make it an issue. And Never Say GG has sent a good amount of pressure and garbage to top out Wave, cutting the lead down to 1 point. Wave starting off with SC spin. Never Say GG. Looks like they had a PCO opener, but couldn't find anything else to work with. So now Wave built up a 10 surge, and there was this GG tanked it. Oh, with a small misdrop. Never Say GG with the massive spike. It was almost enough to take out Wave. But Wave tanks it and takes care of it. Never Say GG is now in a bit of trouble here. Had to block off the well. Gets to it, now it's going to have to deal with cheese. Gets to it, and it is... Oh! Never Say GG misdrops the T-piece, almost had it. But now gets to the well and is back in the game. Oh, while that was happening, Wave was slowly building up their 9 spike surge and sends it for the 16 spike. But now Wave is in a bit of trouble here, and it is a tie game. We got a tie game at 10-10. Wave going back to SB spin. Never Say GG responds with the same opener but faster. Wave sending constant TSDs to build up their 13 surge, sending a 28 spike. Never Say GG is at the top, in a bit of trouble here. Finds a way to downstack to the well, gets the TSD into a Tetris, has to break the back-to-back in the process. Oh, misdrops the T-piece. Which is okay because it doesn't affect them. They found a way to get out of it. Never Say GG is working good with the boards they have right now, but now is now in a bit of trouble here. Gonna have to defend their way out of it. Misdrops a couple pieces, and Wave wins the game. Congratulations to moving on. Well played from both players. And I am back as commentator. I'm back as commentator with the Wumbo plushie. And that was a good match from both players. Wave moves on in the losers bracket, playing Amber Doodle in losers round 6. As now we move on to Batches versus Twilly Sparkle. As we wait for our next match to start, Road to H rank or batches, playing at an average of 3 pieces per second while maintaining a 147 APM, as their opponent Twilly plays at 2.34 pieces per second at 147 APM. Both players are going to be doing a warm-up, which will be starting shortly. And warm-up has started. Gotcha, starting off with a 4-wide. Willie setting up a couple CSDs for the spins as Batches sends a 48 spike. And that is too much to handle as Twilly topped out. A dominant start from Batches. As we start the main match soon. Batches starting off with SD spin, but had to deal with the mid drop. Recovers nicely, making it for a perfect back-to-back change. Really bit high up on the board, and Batches doing really well right now. Had a great back-to-back chain going, and tops out Twilly. They take the first point. Batches mid-drops their opener. Recovers to still build the back-to-back. Oh, mid-drop. The drop the finds the S-spin. Twilly building up the 10 surge now. Twilly had a good advantage there with maintaining pressure, and they are now on the board. It is now tied at 1. Oh, Batches misdrops the eyepiece, and it cost them the round. Twilly taking the second point. Batches started with a fast start while maintaining the back-to-back game. Is now at 12. As Twilly is at 9 now. That's good enough for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. You got a massive attack coming. Sends it at 20 to defend from Batch's attack. is taken care of perfectly, but Batches uses the board they have to send a crazy down stack. And Twilly cancels it out perfectly. But Batches now gonna have to deal with a couple misdrops. Batches finding the ice spin. Was in a bit of trouble there, but had to break the surge in defense. Twilly is building up their back-to-back. Batches also building their back-to-back. Twilly misdrops the TPs, covering the well. Was in a bit of trouble there, couldn't get out of it in time. Batches building up to center well with the 9 back-to-back, sends it for the 28 spike, taking a 3-2 lead. Batches having a 14-15 surge now. Still building it, almost broke it, but fixes it into the 18 spike. The 18 surge sends it. Twilly defends perfectly, but also walks off the wall in the process. Opens it back up, and the damage comes pouring in from Batches with the down stack, but Twilly responds and defends while building. The back-to-back is now at 7, 8, 9, 10. Sends it for the 19th spike, and that gives Batches a lot of opportunity to return the garbage. Oh, Batches finding the right S-spin to make the TSC. Really playing really well at the bottom of their board while building the 8 surge. Batches is going to have to find a way to down stack to the well, and does it perfectly while slowly building their chain. But as that happens, Twilly breaks their back-to-back and sends it for a crazy spike that I did not see, and Twilly ties it up at 3. Twilly starting off with SCPC. As Batches finds the PC from TKI. Twilly had a 7 surge going, but breaks it to 10 and 18, like sending Batches to the top of the board. Batches was in a bit of trouble there. Couldn't find the down stack in time. Twilly now gets the lead back. And it's now 3-4 Twilly. Batches sets up the 4-wide. As Twilly does SD spin extend. Has the well open, sends it for the massive 23 spike. Batches could not utilize the 4 wide, and Twilly sent so much garbage and pressure with that SD spin extend. It was absolutely perfect timing for Twilly to start building a lead. As Batches now has a 10-11 surge, breaks it 10-15 donation. Willie setting up the 8 surge, 9 surge. That just defends it. That is now building up their own surge at 8, 9, sends it for the 20 spike. Willie set up their 8 surge. Batches clutches at the top after an ascent. Batches down stacking to 13 spike with a TS. Well, it's supposed to be a TSP, but it turned out to be a TSD. Sending the 6 surge for the 21 spike. Really in a bit of trouble here, but finds the down stack. Almost couldn't get out of it, but got out in time to find his L spin. Playing some good offense right now, as Philly still maintains the bottom of their board. Just trying to find a way to maintain pressure, to get back the lost 2 points, to tie up the game. And Philly is still maintaining good pressure and flunking that just attack, but misdrops the T-piece. Oh no! It is now brought down 4-5. Twilly misdropped the T-piece, costing them the round at the top of the board. Oh no, Batches had to deal with a couple misdrops there at the top. It is now 6-4 Twilly. Twilly coming back from the deficit and is now taking back the game and controlling the outcome. Twilly playing some strong Tetris here. As Batches proceeds to build the 11 spike. Sorry, 11 surge is now at 14, 15. Twilly gonna find a way to absorb it, does so nicely by standing attack. Batches forced to break it. Batches defends the spike nicely. Oh no, a couple misdrops from Twilly. That's costing Batches to get a point. And it's now still a very close game. Batches now has the 7 surge, 8 surge. Williams gonna have to find a way to downstack, does so for the 18 surge. But Batches brings back their previous board state, but tries to tuck in the SPs. Couldn't get it. But still has the well open up. Twilly with some nice all spins there. And Batches finds a TST into a TSD. Sorry, TSD into a TSD, and then Cassis doing massive down stack, tying the game with the 22 spike. It was too much for Twilly. Didn't have the eye dependency. After doing a standard C-spin, but this drop from red team have to figure out what to do as Twilly sends his massive 20 spike, putting Batches high up on the board, and Batches still builds up the 10 surge, but it's not enough. Twilly sends some attack and regains the lead. Doesn't want to give it up just yet. Batches looks like they're building up the 4 wide. Twilly trying to find attack. Now at the top. Had a 5 column, but in a bit of trouble. Couldn't get the right pieces. Oh, finds the down stack. Twilly forcing to break Surge. And that Surge helps them get another point. Twilly taking back the 2-point lead. It is now 8-6. Batches misdrops TKI, but recovers with all spins. With a quick down step for the 19 spike, sending Cheese over to Twilly. Batches doing really well defending the attack that comes in from Twilly. Twilly's in a bit of trouble here. Oh, it was just one piece away from getting the eye to block off the attack that was coming in and to get a down stack to defend, but couldn't get to it in time. Both players starting with TKI. Twilly finds the all-spin to another CSC. Same thing. It's like deja vu, but finds the surge build. Not just having to do some skimming, but defends the surge. So they start to build their surge, starting at 6. 7 breaks it, but sends a TST. And gets the point, sending a lot of attack to Twilly, and Twilly can't defend it. Tying up at 8. This game is very close. Oh, Twilly's sending a massive spike. The Batches finds some spins. As Twilly sends a big spike to try and pop out Batches. Batches disrupts some TPs. In a bit of trouble here. And couldn't get out of the misdrop. Twilly is now at 9 points. 1 point ahead of Batches, making it very close. Batches starting off with the CCC barrier. Twilly at the neutral board. Batches at the bottom. Batches at 7-8 surge. Has a big wells built up. He's on 11. Saves the back to back. That breaks it now. As Twilly sends a massive 25 spike. Batches with the L-spin. Ooh, misdrop. Misdrop there from Batches, but it's saved. Batches with the color cleared, and then Twilly building up the 7 surge, 8 surge. Twilly misdropped the T-piece and couldn't find a way to keep it going. That just ties it up from that mistake. This could be a tiebreaker. In fact, it sets up the TKI. Really getting a good combo coming in right now. Both players having the surge built up. Patch is at 14, Twilly at 11. Patch is filling theirs faster. Both players sending their surges, but defends it. Patch is in a bit of trouble here. As I was having my drink of water, Twilly utilized the surge attack garbage from Batches to send it back, and Batches had a misdrop to deal with and couldn't take care of it. And Twilly utilized it to get the point. Batches does a beautiful L-spin. And Twilly has a perfect center well going. Misdrop to ZT and utilizes it to a CSE. Sends it for a 33 spike. Is this game? It's the game! Twilly moves on! Batch is so close to victory, but Twilly wins it with for the score of 11-9. That was a great game. But unfortunately right now I am feeling a bit fatigued. So there will be a commentator switch happening. And I got the Wumbo flush. That was a great game by both players. And now for...
The Wumbo plush is great. I love that.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, there was a call on the Discord server. I had answered the call. I am here. You are free to go. And yeah, I'll be here for the rest of the bracket.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me come for today for the matches that I did do. I did have a lot of fun. Wumbo Plus here to keep me company. The same with you, chat. I had fun, and I'll see you guys at a future Hummingbird's Nest tournament. See ya.
All right. Yeah, so I am excited to bring you the rest of this bracket here. So we have Anver versus Macro right here. All right. C2 versus Seed 5. This is our losers round 6. How can somebody tell me what the preferred pronunciation of that username is? Because I see Wabe in challenge, but like Macro Wabe. How do people normally shorten their username? If you could let me know, that'd be great. But yeah, that is going to be our next match. Wabe? Okay, thank you. All right, so we have almost the exact same APM here, and it looks like we are going to get a warm, almost the exact same PPS as well. Wow, this could not be that much closer in terms of stats. All right. So just working on getting this warm up to you. And we have a prediction. If you are interested, definitely put your channel points up there. We love gambling. All right, looks like we're starting. All right, so we do see SDPC spin from both sides here. I have a feeling we're going to see that a lot in this matchup, and I'm sure we've been seeing that a lot today, as it is super duper popular here in Season 2. Both players building that back-to-back right now. Just as their stats are the same, so is their back-to-back. And Amber is the first to break. That is going to go to Wabe's board, and Wabe is going to downstack through this right now. Ooh, a misdrop on Wabe's board is going to force them to speed up a little bit here, and they find a 13 spike to start to clean up their board as Amber is skimming down into a 10 spike. Oh, Amber being pushed up to the top of the board, misdrops that Z piece, and that is going to be our warm-up. All right, we're gonna go straight into our match here. All right, some SDPC spinning here. Wabe with the slightly faster SDPC spin, and that is going to be putting a little bit of garbage on Amber's board. Wabe breaks back to back right at the beginning, and is pushed up high on the board. Combo down stack there from Wabe as Amber is just building these T-spins and quads over the well and sends an insane spike that just, yeah, Amber cannot live that. Or wait, no, Wabe cannot live that. I should not have both the stream and the match open in Tetris at the same time because I get confused looking at both. All right, SDPC spins. Ooh, that all clear from Amber. Ooh, a second one. Looks like Amber was trying to do some all-spin shenanigans there, but misjudged something, and instead just kind of slowed down with, yeah, not a very livable state right there, and that is 1-1. More SDPC spins. You hear those back-to-back dings happen at the same time. Amber breaks back-to-back at 28 spikes sent to Wabe, and then Wabe doesn't tank any of it, just down stacks. Amber has back-to-back yet again, slowing down just a little bit to make those decisions. Breaks back-to-back, doesn't really make its way to Wabe's board. Just some 9-0 stacking from Wabe over here as Amber is getting that 0-9 garbage. They are just going to 9-0 with some Kaidons going on right here as Wabe does find a down stack of their board. Amber sends a 19 spike. That is not going to kill Wabe, but Amber is building up some fast T-spins here to try to put pressure onto Wabe's board. Amber with a 17 spike and some pressure to follow it up. Wabe playing a little bit slower right now. Speeds up for a bit. Okay, Amber is forced to break back to back right there and does so with a 21 spike, 26 spike. And Wabe is forced to try to find a down stack, and there is no down stack. That is going to be another point for Amber. Big surprise as to what's going on in our opener game. A little bit of plonking from Wabe's side right there as they do break their back-to-back, and they're immediately faced with a -11 and an awkward board, and that is going to be enough to give Amber another point. Ooh, Amber pushed up to the top of the board early here. Wabe breaks back to back, and that's going to put a little bit of cheese down low on Amber's board, and Amber's going to get to that now. Some very nice efficiency on the way down. Wabe, ooh, is barely able to find that kill. Okay, yeah, now that I have the stream open, I still have it open. I was able to see what happened. Okay, so Wabe may or may not have DC'd. Nope, they were just lagging. They were just lagging. Okay. You know, sometimes, you know, that's just, you know, that's two things. Just isn't two things. We are spinning some sticks here and some C pieces. Ooh, and Wabe has a misdrop. Ooh, does that even work? I have no clue if that works, but that's going to be another point for Amber. They do not. I don't even remember what I said. Alright, so that -12 is on Wabe's board. Anver is in this side well stack right now. Ooh. Wabe gets spiked and just doesn't have what they need to deal with it up at the top. More SDPC spin. Amber is going to put a little bit of cheese onto Wabe's board to start this out here. As Wabe does have a misdrop, they're going to have to downstack through this pretty messy board, and they're going to have to do it quickly because Amber is just putting on the pressure. They don't have the kick that they need, and that is Amber is starting to run away with this set. All right, PCO stacking. I've mentioned this before during Stratosphere tournaments, but I've noticed a lot of people starting with PCO, not necessarily to take the PC, because, you know, it's giga nerfed. Don't know what happened there if somebody had to get up, no clue. So what I've been seeing a lot in Season 2, if you're wondering if a player is stacking up PCO, has PC, and isn't taking it, I've noticed that a lot of players do PCO just to get a solid 5-4 or 4-5 stack going, not necessarily because they want to start off with a PC because it's not a strong opener anymore. Ooh, yeah, and that's going to be another point for Amber. Yeah, Wabe with a couple of potentially disconnect issues. Amber was already kind of running away with this, but the disconnect issues aren't necessarily helping here. Amber stacking up this back-to-back right now. Is this a Peruvian Wi-Fi moment? That's in the cards. Ooh, yeah. Wabe just not able to find the down stack in time. Stacking up at the top of the board there. That was very close. They were very close to finding it out there. All right. SDPC spin on both sides. Wabe with some very fast stacking right now. Both players break back to back. A little bit of mess ends up onto Wabe's board here. And yeah, they were just not fast enough to fix that. PCO is a good board state that you can go with if the opening bag doesn't give you another opener. Exactly. No, exactly. And PCO is a very easy to build opener with just how many forms of it that you can take. But we are going to go into the screen for our next match here. Gemini versus Twily. All right, so let me see where we are in the bracket. Okay, so it says on challenge that this is Jack, but I think I'm just going to say Gemini because that's the name that's on the screen, and I'm bad at doing those lookups in my head manually, unless somebody tells me otherwise. Okay, they're arguing about a warm-up in chat. Yeah, I didn't want to warm up anyways. Okay. Warm-ups suck. I would never. Gemini is Jack. Should I say Jack or should I say Gemini? I see that it is. I looked in challenge. It's easier for me to say the name that's on the screen because then I don't have to, like, there's latency in my brain every single time I have to call them something different than what's on the screen. My FPS were trolling. Oh my god. Say Jack because I think people assume Twily is the other player. Okay, I was gonna say Twily for the other player. I've been calling them by that username for like several weeks now. This is confusing. I just want a list of what I have to call every player. All right, Nora warm up as they did fight about it in chat. Okay, so Jack versus Twily, that's what I'm saying, and that's what we're doing. Touch your own name changes, go burr. Yeah. All right, so this is extended SDPC spin from Twiley as Jack is just doing some freestyle stacking. Usernames were a mistake. We should revert to guest name strings. That is the worst take. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about that, now that I think about that, that might work. That might be a good idea. All right. So we have some all-spin shenanigans from Jack, but Twiley does send a massive spike, built up all that back-to-back for that spike, and yeah, that is going to be our first round. TKIs on both sides. Some all-spin setups from Twiley right here, as well as Jack. Jack being low down on this board here, ready to accept the surge that just came in from Twiley. They were able to accept the surge without breaking back-to-back, so now they break the surge on their own terms. But Twiley is going to be prepared to handle it while still continue to grow their own back-to-back. Ooh, a misdrop there from Twiley is going to leave them in a bad situation, and that brings us to 1-1. Not having learned their vocab homework? It's usernames. I can't keep track of every username change. I can't. We all know I have short-term memory loss, like unironically, so I have an excuse. I have a medical excuse. All right, so we do have both players building up this back-to-back here. All spins on both sides, and Twiley is the first one to break it with a 39 spike. A lot of that goes onto Jack's board, as they do have this board state to handle it, and ooh, what are you trying to do? Okay. Okay, that works. All right, so Jack has quite the well and the eyepieces to handle it, as Twiley is in a little bit of an interesting spot at the top of their board. They do find a nice down stack there, covering the well a little bit, as they do have a lot going on in that bottom part of the board. Twiley is going to try to down stack into that right now, as Jack is just sending out those T-spins, just getting that back-to-back going. And there's that -8 on Twiley's board. They do have the board state to handle a back-to-back break right now, but it depends on what Jack wants to do with this here. They are stacking really well right now, keeping this clean for this cut copy setup, breaking with a 39 spike. And yeah, Twiley was not ready to handle that one. Twiley is just some cheeky little T-spins at the bottom of the board. Cheeky little T-spins, cheeky little all-spins, but they misdrop, and it takes a while for them to find the all-spins way out. They break anyways. As Jack builds up this 8 back-to-back, 9, 10, continuing to bring this up, as Twiley finds their own back-to-back right here, and I never know. Yeah, plonking or misdrop, it's a lot harder to tell. Oh, I do like that 180 spin. That 180 spin for the all spins continuation is great onto Twiley's board, as Jack is just building up some fast T-spins, some fast back-to-back right here in this 8-1 stack, which is generally not super conducive to T-spins. If you can get it working for a little while, it can be helpful, but yeah, okay, a 20 spike there from Jack, and Twiley is going to be able to tank that, and that does come in as pretty clean garbage on their board, so it's not really going to affect them too much. Both players building up their back-to-back yet again. Okay, and they both break back-to-back, and it just kind of cancels out. Yeah, okay. Now both players are going to start trying to build that back up again here, as Jack does find it and send it, and that is going to be enough to catch Twiley off guard, and that is going to be the round. Some very nice T-spins from Gemini right now, from Jack. I just started the name on the screen. All right, so Twiley does have a bit of a down stack there, but doesn't maintain back-to-back throughout it. Both players not keeping their back-to-back, just in favor of skins right now. Ooh, Twiley at the top of the board. They do have an out for now. They do continue with their down stack right here, and Jack tries to push them up on the board, but they do have enough down stack to keep this going. And yeah, Twiley does find their back-to-back. as Jack sends a 21 spike. That is going to force Twiley to break. And now Jack has quite the down stack ahead of him on this board. Very clean. That is going to send us pretty clean to Twiley over here. And, ooh, yeah, okay. Twiley almost topped out with that spike, but was able to break the back-to-back defensively, and it did work out. We are at the 1 minute mark on this round as both players are in a 7-2 stack. Just getting some LST going. Twiley breaks back to back while Jack is able to keep his, and so this is going to give Jack quite the advantage. We do see that -9 on the board. Jack is contemplating what to do here, using their time to think, has 16 ready to go and decides to use it, and that is going to be enough for that round. Jack very much in control of this so far. PCO stack versus SDPC. Jack at the bottom of the board just stacking, whereas Twiley is accepting a lot of garbage right here. Jack breaks back to back up at the top of the board, and ooh, wow, okay. It looked like Twiley did have an out there, but Jack finds the follow-up that into the couple of wells on the board fast enough to find the kill. Don't know what's going on Twiley's board if they misdropped their opener. I do love to see the S and Z spins with the Z spin, S spin triple setup and only finding like a double out of it. And that is quite the misdrop there from Jack. And yeah, there's really not too much coming back from that, as that does give Twiley their second point, keeping hope here for them in the bracket. More of the same openers we've been seeing. Yep. So Twiley does find that back-to-back here. They have a T-spin triple set up, whereas Jack is just in this 6-3 right now. Jack switches things over to a 1-8 as Twiley finds a 27 spike. Jack breaks back-to-back defensively here to keep things going. Twiley finds back-to-back yet again. Jack has a few too many skims here to think about keeping back-to-back. Okay, this interesting stack there from Jack. Okay, yeah, there's some skims. There's some skims. Both players not really finding back-to-back right now. 9-0 stack there from Jack, as it does look like they're just going for damage rather than back-to... Okay, wait, they found their back-to-back. Okay, they're going to try to keep that. Never mind. They broke it the moment I said that. And that... Yeah, okay, Twiley breaks that surge defensively there, as Jack has an unfavorable board state. Are they going to be able to get out of it in time here is the question. Looks like the answer is yes for now, as they do find their way into the next. While Twiley is down at the bottom of the board, finding some all spins here, getting their stack looking nice in this 9-0 setup. Switches to this 2-7 well, as Jack sees the -10 on their board, and that is basically the last thing they see before that round is over. Some cheeky little all spins from Twiley at the bottom of the board here. They have to take too much time to think about the all spins that it's too late to do the all spins, which I understand. I get that. But you think at a certain point they just stop going for the all spins. All right, that's going to be another point for Jack. That all spin setup from Twiley was wild. Okay, so yeah, no, I do like that all spin setup a lot. And they are going to be able to find that point. Quick round. PCO stacking versus DKI. some spikes being traded, but both players still remaining pretty solid in their boards. Jack with this 4-5 stack and an 11 surge right now is looking pretty good. There's that minus 14 on Twily's board, and that is a 17 back-to-back, 18, 19, and there it is, that 33 spike. Twily's not able to handle it, and that's going to be another round for Jack. PCO stack versus some spins at the bottom. The S spin triple, love to see it. Just all spins back and forth right now. Twilight just been staying at the bottom of the board and just finding just small spins within a couple of lines and not really upstacking. It's really interesting to watch. Finding Surge and breaking it right away here as both players just kind of going, okay, the PC. The PC there from Twilight is wild. Love that. I was just about to comment that both players were going kind of slow until, you know, Twilight bursted for that PC. These players do have really good burst speed, which is why it's always just a little awkward to see them going well below what you know they can play at. So the garbage on Twily's board is pretty messy right now, and that T does look misdropped. I'm not 100% sure if they can come back from this well. I mean, Jack has no pressure right now, so that's going to allow Twily to downstack here. Still not in the clear yet, but finding their way there. There is a hole in the stack that they are going to clean up before downstacking further, as Jack sends a 12 spike here. Not really going to do much to Twily's board. Jack finds back-to-back here, breaks it immediately. As Twily maintains their back-to-back here. They do find PC parity. Again, wondering if they're going for that PC again. Chooses not to and just keeps that back-to-back going. Has that minus 14 onto Jack's board. They are going to release that. It doesn't do too much. Jack does have to think fast here, but that follow-up is nice. However, it just leaves Jack with a clean well. If they survive it, then they just have ammunition. That's always the risk of breaking their back-to-back there. Ooh, and that 19 spike finds Jack the round. SDPC spin on both sides. Extended on Twily's side. Whereas Jack is just going for more of a freestyle stack here after the opener. Jack breaks that back-to-back, but Twily's board is not optimal here. They're forced to break back-to-back as well. They find their way into the well before Jack is able to find a kill, as Jack is plonking here, finds their back-to-back, breaks back-to-back into a 16 spike. Twily's board is a little bit messy right here with this garbage underneath not being the cleanest, but they're finding their way into it as more messy garbage comes their way. Jack just keeping nothing on his board for now, as they are just finding T-spins down at the bottom here. Not too much pressure here, as Twily does break back-to-back. That doesn't even really do much to Jack's board. We do see the minus 9 come in, minus 10 on Twily's board. They've got to be prepared. They are prepared for that back-to-back break, but that misdrop is not looking good, and that is another round for Jack here. PCO stack versus just freestyle stacking from Twily. Hello? That spike was insane. That stack was wild. Not enough to kill though. There is a little bit of mess on Twily's board, and they are going to have to try to downstack through it now, but Jack is just building up that back-to-back yet again. That is going to be a 20 spike from Twily, but Jack doesn't even need to break back-to-back. Well-timed there, and that is a 34 spike. Twilight alive for now, but they're dependent on these pieces here. Are they going to find these pieces to fill these dependencies in time? And it's looking like so far, yes, but there's still some mess to work through. Is Jack going to be able to pressure enough here? Twilight covers the well. Yeah, and just does not find the down stack in time. And that is going to be match point for Jack here. Ooh, misdrops here from Jack. That's going to cause a fast round for Twily. PCO stacking from both sides. Twily appearing to be using it just for back-to-back maintenance, whereas Jack is going for more of an aggressive upstack right now. Jack breaks back-to-back, and that is going to leave Twilight at the top of the board. They do not have the space to spawn the next piece, and that is going to be it for that match right there. All right, Firestorm versus Coldless here. Very exciting, very exciting. Love to see Firestorm in these brackets. Always excited to see them play. Definitely haven't seen them around too much in the Tetris scene lately, so always exciting. Yeah, and as our players are just getting set up here. Just got a friend request from Firestorm. Okay. Yeah, so our players are getting set up here, and this should be exciting. This is our winners finals. Yes, winners finals here. And yeah, just waiting for the players to get in the lobby here. Very exciting. There's a redeem for join the stream matches room. I did not know that was a redeem here. We are just waiting on Cold right now. How does this work? I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea how that works. It said I get a role in Discord. This is the first time that happens when you're hosting. Yeah, I think today may not be the best day for that redeem. Today might not be the ideal day. They can try to work that out. We do have our players in our lobby. There's always a possibility of refunding it if you're not able to do it. But yeah, it looks like they're going to try to get you the role. Fun times. Firestorm, Cold just saying don't vote for me, y'all, and then Firestorm just doing the up air on it is hilarious. Oh, you mean don't vote for you? I thought you were telling everyone don't vote for Coldless. players saying don't vote for them. We love players that are confident in themselves. No, I love the energy. All right, everyone, since we have a minute, how were your guys' weekends? What did you guys have to eat this weekend? I just had mozzarella sticks for dinner. It's a very nutritional meal. I recommend it. Next one will be fire for real. Oh, so true. So true. We love MTS. Shawarma. Nice, nice. Love to see it. All right. Looks like we are ready for our warm-up. All right. Good luck, everyone. Yeah, if there's one player that isn't going to SCPC spin because it's the meta, that's Firestorm. Oh yeah, this is the gameplay that I was excited to see. Something I love seeing something a little bit different in this meta. However, Cole's gameplay is also really fun to watch too. Don't get me wrong. They're in a 2-7 stack right now with this back-to-back going. Firestorm does have the higher back-to-back as Cole does misdrop. That misdrop does force him to break back-to-back, get down into the well. Firestorm continues the back-to-back now, breaks back-to-back, and that is going to be your warm-up. All right, and here we are, first to 11. We have some SCPC spin from Cold there. Firestorm slowing down a little bit here, breaking back-to-back as Cold does have the stack ready to go. Cold breaks back-to-back as well with a nice combo down stack. It's going to leave Firestorm's board a little messy. Firestorm pushing Coldless up to the top right here as Cold does have to cover the well a little bit to get down. Firestorm has quite the forecast T-spin on the board right there as they do find pieces for it. Both players have back-to-back now. Firestorm with the slightly higher back-to-back, but they are slowing down a little bit to find these all spins right now. Ooh, Firestorm with a 39 spike during the back-to-back break, and Coldless does find the survival for a couple of pieces, but too much pressure from Firestorm on that first point. All right, so we are plonking C-spin openers right now. Both players with this back-to-back. Cold up at the top here, continuing to all spin for this back-to-back. 19 spike here as Firestorm has a couple of the pieces to handle it, but is Cold is going to be able to pressure them out, and they are, yeah, finding that 1-to-1. There it is. Firestorm finding that first back-to-back here. Coldless finds the back-to-back soon after, as Firestorm breaks the back-to-back in a 22 spike. That's going to push Coldless up at the top, and Firestorm is going to be able to find the pressure to take another round. C-spin openers on both sides here. Firestorm with another C-spin. Combo down stack into it. As Cold does find the surge advantage right now with that 11 back-to-back, breaks it up at the top, and Firestorm is not able to get into the well in time. TKIs on both sides right here. Interestingly enough, Firestorm doesn't take both the T-spins from that Imperial Frost. They do break back-to-back here. Cold finding some T-spins in the middle of their down stack as Firestorm skims down. Cold also has quite the spike there. Both players probably going to be looking to regain their back-to-back soon. There it is. We hear those dings. Firestorm with a couple of T-spins. Cold with the response gets into the well with a 23 spike. Firestorm forced to break back-to-back here. Cold has a little bit of an awkward board. They find the piece they need to get that one fixed, but not enough to continue on, as Firestorm does find another round. the right side DT. Expect nothing else from Firestorm here, as they do get the 1 in 10 for the lucky garbage. Cold choosing to upstack instead of taking that T-spin, building a second T-spin in time for Firestorm to attack. Firestorm has the surge advantage right here, but they also have a little bit of messy garbage at the bottom of the board that they are going to have to address soon. They do find more back-to-back stacking. They are forced to break, but is Cold going to be able to pressure? Cold does find the pressure to find that round. STPC spin from Coldless as Firestorm freestyles the Fractal. Firestorm finds the first back-to-back. Cold breaks back-to-back up at the top here. Firestorm with some all spins to continue on. They break back-to-back as Cold miss drops at the top of the board. All right, we have more T-spins going on over here. Cold does find a nice down stack, but that doesn't stop Firestorm from building up more back-to-back here. More all spins from Firestorm as we do see the -10 on Cold's board. They are trying to prepare their board here for this incoming surge. They have access to the well. They have what they need to take this and throw it back at Firestorm. They do with a 36 spike. That is just a case of a player noticing that they have disadvantage on surge, expecting the clean garbage to come in, preparing themselves for that garbage and throwing it back at the opponent. A little bit of plonking here. Firestorm building a bold STSD at the top of the board, does not take both T-spins from that, but also breaks back-to-back. Coldless also breaks back-to-back and sets a 19 spike Firestorm's way. Firestorm does survive, but look at that garbage on the board. That is not something you would want to deal with right now if you were them, and it doesn't look like it's something they can deal with as Coldless takes the lead here. STPC, is that? some variation of stick spin on Firestorm's side. So I guess they are playing to the meta a little bit. Cold Briggs back-to-back with a 14 spike. They do have a clean board ready to receive some garbage, and there it is. They do start down-stacking through it with a nice eye spin to continue as Firestorm has a clean board and a clean well. Access to it, down-stacks. Both players with those powerful down-stacks just kind of canceling out. Firestorm forced to skim their way out of that T-spin, and their situation's not ideal. They do not find the pieces they need to get out of that. PCO stacking from both sides. They both take that S spin. Firestorm finding some fast back-to-back here. Cold finds their back-to-back. They are up the top of the board, forced to break as Firestorm is just pressuring right here, building up a fractal to send that right there. And there's a little bit of survival there from Cold, but they just do not have enough of the pieces. And that's going to be another one for Firestorm. TKIs. A little copy setup from Firestorm and what looked to maybe be an STSD from Coldless, but they just take the TSD instead. Cold push up at the top here. They're forced to break back-to-back, and they start off their combo down stack right here. Firestorm with the response, and that comes in as clean on Cold's board. Cold is going to be able to handle this, and they are going to be continuing this center well to continue their pressure over to Firestorm. Firestorm handling this with ease, I would say, and slowing down a little bit to think about this. But finding good spikes within their board, both players just playing this very well. It's very back and forth because both of these players know how to handle what's incoming. And it just kind of leaves us at a little bit of an awkward spot. Both players trying to find the opening. Both with a nice spike at the same time. Firestorm sending a little bit of damage. That is going to show up on Cold's board, but Cold does find the back-to-back here. They do continue to build that up as Firestorm doesn't have any back-to-back yet on their own. They are 8-1 stacking. Not the most conducive to building back-to-back here. As Firestorm skins, Cold is building up their back-to-back yet again. Firestorm staying in that 8-1 for now as Cold is up at the top of the board with a couple of holes in the stack right now. Those are going to be fixable, but not in time as Firestorm brings us back to tied. Cold being pushed up to the top of the board early here, but they do have such a clean well to get into. Firestorm finding the counter for that here. Cold setting up some T-spins and maintaining access to that well, counting to 4 as Firestorm has a 19-25 spike here. That's going to push Cold up to the top. They are going to have to try to find a down stack here. Do they have access to the well in time? They do not, and Firestorm takes the lead yet again. TKI from Coldless. Cold up at the top has to break back-to-back. Misdrops the eyepiece. That's going to slow them down a little bit. They do have well access. Firestorm breaks that back-to-back, but Cold is able to find the survival in time. Cold does still have a mini secret grade on the board that they are going to have to work through as Firestorm is finding some back-to-back all spins there. Just kidding. They stopped doing it the moment I mentioned it. All right. Firestorm finds back-to-back here, sets up more all spins as Cold is trying to maintain their back-to-back. They break with an 18 spike and immediately have that -10 at the top of the board. Firestorm breaks, and that's not really going to find its way to Coldless's board. Both players just looking to find an opening right now. Both players start that back-to-back. We start hearing those dings. Cold breaks back-to-back first. Firestorm not forced to break quite yet, but they're slowing down a little bit. They break into a 40 spike. Cold is not able to find a response. stick spinning on both sides here. Both of them with those C-spins. You can see what I mean about how those are different C-spin setups. Those are both different versions of the stick spin opening bag into a C-spin setup. Firestorm did the one that I've been seeing less frequently lately. All right. Cold is up at the top of the board, is forced to break, has that -11 staring them down as they don't have well access and they don't find it in time as Firestorm is pulling close to a victory here. Firestorm with an early spike here, and Cold, their T-spins just not able to materialize in time as Firestorm is here at match point in this winner's finals. Lots of back-to-back dings going on right now as Cold is the first one to break back-to-back. Firestorm is able to maintain back-to-back throughout this. They gain their well access as they get a 17 spike, breaking that surge on Cold's board. That is a little bit of cheese on Cold's board. They do start to stack into it as Firestorm just has this clean up stack right now, pausing to receive a little bit of garbage. Cold at the top, finding their way down into the next well here and having the -10 on the board, but they're ready to go. They're prepared for this next potential spike here as Firestorm just continues to build up the back-to-back meter. They had to break right there, and they tried to break by tossing that J-piece down the well, but that didn't do anything. Sometimes you build up your surge so much that you can't even defensively break it, and that is one of those situations that can absolutely get you killed. Just season 2 things. We hear that ding on a Cold's board, and do they have survival? It's not looking great right now. And Firestorm does take the game here in this winner's finals. So Firestorm will be advancing to grand finals, and we are going to go down to our losers bracket for our next match. Yeah. All right. Amber versus Jack right here. Seed 2 versus Seed 4, pretty close in seeding here. Stats definitely favoring Amber a tiny bit. Not really, well, we'll see if it makes a difference. And we are just getting our players in this lobby. But still just trying to get our players in this lobby right here. Little bit of chaos in the match chat as there are discussions of dinner and if they're gonna have to get up to get dinner. I feel that. Amber will be late by 5 minutes. Okay. Well, I'm not in charge, so I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just here for the ride. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so we get a little bit of time to hang out. Somebody brought a paper bag over to my apartment, and now my cat is trying to sleep in it. But he isn't inside the bag. He just squished it and is laying on top of it. That is my pet update. If anybody else has any pets in their LOS and they want to tell me what they're doing, I will read it out. Why did someone give you a paper bag? She brought over a bottle of wine and flowers. So that was in the paper bag. And so the paper bag is just still on the floor because I'm lazy and I haven't moved it. Very nice of them. It was Tranquility, the Tetris 99 streamer. If any of you know her. Yeah, cleaning for me? Oh, I'm sure he is. I'm sure. He's doing such a good job at squishing that bag down. Yeah. Good job, buddy. He does not look comfortable in the slightest. Nope. Nope. Never does. Let's do the thing that I do every single time where I bring up the TWC leaderboards and I start calling out rankings. All right. Because I want to see who in this tournament has the highest. It does look like both of our players are in the lobby, but are they at their computers? Unsure. Okay, I see Firestorm at 29th. And then where's Amber? Okay, Coldless I see at 23rd. Okay, Amber is in 13th. My dark mode extension just makes it really difficult to read the names on the gold ones. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing a future tournament schedule, within Tetrio, you can see a banner at the top for TWC. If you're interested in seeing points, upcoming tournaments, information about TWC, then that is the place to go. I have that page bookmarked, and there's all information about the qualification points, everything you would want to know. Yeah, super cool. All right, so as Jack is just still speedrunning dinner, we are just chilling for now. Well, very, very exciting. Trying to get the players to their match right here. Very fun, very cool. Wonder what dinner is. Probably not mozzarella sticks, if I had to guess. I want to just like, if I actually had a decent singing voice, I would sing like the Jeopardy theme song to you, like the but I'm not gonna subject you to that. That's what's playing in my head right now. I'll tell you that. Very fun, very interesting. I don't know, I just keep saying that. Not quite sure what else to do. Make commentators sing. I think this channel has like a make commentators say something, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little scared of it. I just hope that nobody uses it on me. I hope that I'm not cool enough for somebody to want to use it on me. That's kind of my goal. Yeah, this one has make the commentator say something for free for 3,000. Imagine you need to wait for 3K points. Yeah, I have 20K. And I don't gamble either. I just keep the stream on in the background a lot. $56K, you can't gamble? I thought you just, well, you can't gamble if you're the one opening and closing the predictions. You would just need someone else to close it, which if there's not a lot of moderators, it's not guaranteed. Oh, you just can't, oh dang. Right, because I know that there were some countries where Twitch circumvented the channel point gambling by guaranteeing that no channel redeems would be like worth anything monetary, and therefore, oh my god, are they here? They're here. Okay, some countries made it Twitch gambling is allowed because Twitch made sure that it isn't, you can't pay for anything worth money with channel points, but I've seen Twitch partners with redeems that say free sub, which is very much not allowed by Twitch US. This is like a huge channel too, not even slightly Tetris related. But yeah, still not available in some countries even after that. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on. People are back. People are figuring things out. Oh my god. Okay. Amber, thank you. Thank you so much. Why did you make me do this? You're fighting so you can watch everyone around you mauled. Think, Jack, think. You'll outlast every fragile, insignificant being on this matrix. You'll live to see this world crumble to mechanical heart and blow away. Everyone and everything you know will be gone. What will you have after 50,000 Tetra League games? And with that, they're asking about a warm-up. I think, yeah, we might be a little cold. We might need to be warming up. If he's invincible, why can't I see him? All right, the long awaited warm-up. Let's go. TKI versus SDPC spin. A classic. And then Amber has messed up their board just a little bit. They're recovering it. All right, 19 spike from Jack's side as Amber does have some messy garbage. However, they just get into their wall and they just end the warm-up. And there you go, Amber won the warm-up. Congratulations. Yeah, I thought I had just paused the stream and that's why you didn't see the warm-up. I just thought it was a me error. I've definitely done that before. Paused the stream and not realized it. All right, long-awaited match. Let's go. All right, so PCO stack versus SDPC spin. Amber stacking this very, very quickly. Got that 4.5 PPS as they slowed down just a little bit here. Amber breaks that back-to-back here. Doesn't cause too much on Jack's board, but Amber does find that follow-up attack, that 18 spike, and that is enough to find the first point. Ooh, and a little bit of an early misdrop from Amber leads them to slow down just a little bit. Jack finds the first back-to-back and breaks it right at the top of the board with a 14 spike here. As Amber finds a small spike, that pushes Jack up to the top of the board. Jack is going to be in down stack mode as Amber is currently in back-to-back mode. Jack with a little bit of plonking that does break Amber, that does force Amber to break back-to-back. Amber up at the top a little bit, finds a nice little T-spin single over the well before down stacking, and Amber does get back-to-back yet again. Jack up at the top here, not able to find back-to-back as of right now. They do find a very nice survival there. A couple more skims as Amber is just keeping control of that back-to-back here. Ooh, Jack with a misdrop is going to end the round. Alright, PCO stack versus SUVC spin. Both players finding back-to-back at the same time. Amber down stacking and breaking back-to-back for a 24 spike. Both players just kind of skimming their way down the board right now. Amber is in a 9-0 stack. Jack does find a combo for some attack here. Amber with a couple of T-spins ready to go. Breaks that in a 17 spike. Jack has a nice down stack spike as well, as Amber is putting forth more pressure right now. Jack able to cancel a lot of this out, but it's definitely at the hands of Amber's pressure. Amber finds back-to-back here. And a 27 spike with the break. Jack is able to survive, but uses up a lot of their material in the process. It definitely seems like Amber's just been in control of the materials game here so far. Amber breaks back-to-back after a little bit of hesitation. They find the down stack. It's not enough to put too much pressure onto Jack's board, as Jack does have a very clean 9-0 well. They take a down stack for an 18 spike, and that is going to leave Amber with a little bit of cheese at the bottom here. Amber is going to get through that. A lot of skimming in the process, as Jack is stacking a little bit slower over here right now, going into a 9-0. Nice TST setup, as Amber does have this center well with these T-spins ready to go. Not as much all spinning in this matchup as we've seen in previous ones. Looking a lot more similar to that Season 1 gameplay, which is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. Alright. SDPC spinning on both sides, except Amber misdropped it appears. And there's going to be that -9 on Amber's board. They do have a 22 spike that is going to force Gemini to send theirs. The initial attack is not that much, but the follow-up is a lot there, and that is going to put Amber at the top. They do find their down stack. They are working through the clean material that they got from Jack, and Jack just pushes them up to the top with a 28 spike. Amber is alive right now, finding those T-spins at the top of the stack, getting into that combo down stack, gets into the well, finds a 22 spike, and that is going to be the round. All right, C-spin opener from Amber. They are plonking it over here, but Jack doesn't care. Jack is just sending that damage. Jack sends that back-to-back surge. Amber with a combo down stack here is going to force Jack to down stack. Jack stacks all the way to the bottom of the board as Amber is a little bit higher up, just working with their garbage, counting to 4, doing some skims as Jack does find that back-to-back. There's that ding. They do open up over the well, and they break their back-to-back for a 21 spike. That's going to put Amber up at the top, but definitely not dead yet. Amber gets through this garbage, through that attack right there. Back-to-back over on Jack's side. Both players have back-to-back. Jack breaks it in a 30 spike, and Amber is forced to break defensively. Jack with a nice fractal setup as Amber is just trying to get down. Jack finds the first point. More SDPC spin activities. A little bit of freestyle stacking there from Jack as they do forecast a T-spin as part of their down stack. That down stack helps them stay alive, but Amber is finding back-to-back right here, sending that 6 surge. That's going to push Jack up to the top. They do set up a Prophecy T-spin before starting their down stack. Amber was in a little bit of a sidewell situation up the top of their stack, but has since down stacked it and is currently in that 6-3 and does have a nice, well, teeny tiny bit of 6-3 garbage to help them out. Jack, one piece off of a PC there, I'm pretty sure. One eye piece in there. There would have been a PC right there. Amber creates a hole in the stack, gets back-to-back and breaks it. Jack breaks back-to-back as well and finds that second point. Yeah, Amber just not able to deal with the pressure in time there. Jack able to find the follow-up, and that's what you need in that situation. So Jack was going for the PCO stack setup, but they did misdrop early on. Still found a very nice stack out of it. Has 7 back-to-back already. There is that -8 appearing on Amber's board as Amber is definitely setting up to receive right now, keeping that side well open while still pressuring. And Jack is able to time this well enough that Amber doesn't really have much to do with their stack. That was very, very well timed there. Because Amber was ready to receive for a while and did not receive, so they started stacking, and yeah, Jack found the vulnerability. Jack plonking a little bit to find that 16 spike. That drives Amber up to the top, but does not kill, as Amber continues with this down stack. Both players taking a good amount of T-spins and quads, not as many all-spins. Jack breaks back-to-back and has a nice board state to downstack for a little bit, but doesn't really find too much pressure out of it. An 18 spike drives Amber up the board, but Amber has the next well and has the T-spins to come out of this. And a 22 spike from Amber does push Jack up to the top. Jack does not find the P sequence in time to survive that, and that is going to be Amber continuing the lead. SCPC spin from Amber, PCO stack from Jack. both players just finding that back-to-back. Amber is in a 6-3, whereas Jack is being forced to take an 8-1 right now. Jack is just kind of on the down stack right there, not looking great with that -13 on the board. All right, Jack finds the down stack here. They put themselves in a situation to tank, but they do not have the pieces, and that is going to be another point for Amber. Same openers as we've been seeing. Jack does take the skin as Amber does maintain the back-to-back, sends a 35 spike there. Jack has a nice well to get into right now, creating some T-spins over it. Right now, Jack is the one building that back-to-back. We see that -9 on Amber's board, but it does seem like they are ready to tank some attack right now. They're building up this 9-0 stack and staying low. There comes the damage from Jack, but that 43 spike is just too much for Amber to handle. Amber plonking their SDPC spin a little bit for a 24 spike, but Jack does not break back to back in response to that spike. Breaks it just a little bit later as they are just kind of stacking. Trying to get into this well with a nice combo. Not finding, I think, as big of a combo as they'd hoped there. Whereas Amber is just 9-0 up stacking. Both players not really giving the other the chance to keep back-to-back too much, or players are just choosing to break for the cheese. It feels like a lot of the surge that's being thrown around is being canceled rather than tanked if it's those smaller surges, so we're not seeing too much cheese make their way to these players' boards. Ooh, okay, so the -8 appears on Jack's board, and they just were not ready to handle that. They had the eyepiece in hold. Now that I'm looking at it on the stream, they had the eyepiece in hold and just didn't take it out. Maybe thought that they could get out of it, and Amber is flunking their MS2. Down stacking on Amber's side. Jack appears to have misdropped their eyepiece and then misdropped a couple pieces after that. This is not looking good for Jack as they are not able to find their way out in time. Very fast opening back and forth right here. Both players at that 4 PPS as Jack does send that 26 spike. That's going to push that Amber up to the top. And that is a fast round for Jack there. Both players still just stacking fast here. Striding. As Amber waits to flunk quickly here, goes into this down stack, but Jack did not break back to back, and so there is that -8 on Amber's board. Jack does break back to back, but Amber has the out for now. They're still up at the top of the board. Ooh, Jack misdropping that Z piece is definitely going to slow them down as they do have holes in their stack. They turn that misdrop into a T-spin, but this is a lot of slowdown for them, especially with that misdrop. Just not what they need. SDPC spins on both sides, just kidding. Gemini did not go for the C-spin continuation. (19 spike from Jack. Amber's able to handle it, but that's a lot of cheese on the board that they're going to have to work through here. Ooh, yeah, not the ideal situation there, and that is going to be another point for Gemini, for Jack. Yeah. C-spin for Amber into a nice spike, but Jack is going to be pushed up just a little bit here. Kite over the well, breaks back to back. A little bit of that makes its way to Amber's board, but they do just get rid of most of it. Amber finds that back to back as Jack is slowing down just a little bit, maybe not finding the piece sequence they were looking for. Amber taking the PC, stacking for the second one, not going for it. Jack with a 30 spike is going to push Amber up at the top a little bit, but that is a nice clean well that Amber is going to get into. Amber flunking a little bit with this back-to-back here. Going to go for a 2 wide, and that is game. That 2 wide ends the game as Jack is not able to find their well in time. Yeah, and so with that, we will be moving on to our losers finals. And yeah, that is going to be Cold versus Amber. Amber not getting to rest right here, but they're still in the room. They are ready to go. And yeah, we're going to be getting this match to you in just a sec. If I look at stats on this matchup, all right, so Amber has a little bit of speed, but oh my goodness, that versus could not be that much closer. Cold with the efficiency gap over here if we are just looking at stats. But sure to be an exciting match. All right, looks like our players are here. All right, players are saying no warm-up, so we will be getting right into it here. PCO stacking on both sides. Cold going for the all spins. Amber in a 6-3 up stack right now as Cold is in a 3-6. Definitely a lot more all spinning in this matchup. Amber with the fast break right there is going to catch Cold off guard, and that's going to be the first point. Very, very fast break and follow-up there. TKIs on both sides into 7-2, so we expect to see some LSTing from both sides. Amber going more for the upstack. Amber breaks back-to-back first, whereas Cold is continuing theirs. Making sure that they are using those all spins to maximize their back-to-back, and that is going to be a pretty clean spike over onto Amber's board. They do have the ability to work through it right here. Cold is up at the top, but they do have the eyepieces they need to get out for now. Let's see if Amber is going to be able to pressure Amber with a little bit of plonking there. And another fast combo. Ooh, Cold with the S spin triple for the fans. And that is going to be 1-1. SDPC spin from Amber. Cold is going to deal with this garbage as Amber misdrops their opener, and that does cost them the round. C-spin versus SDPC spin. Cold has the first Amber, sorry, has the first back-to-back there as Cold is just doing some skimming. Cold finds a combo in their down stack as Amber has a little bit of awkward space up the top of the board. Amber in a 9-0 stack. They are going to find back-to-back yet again. Cold definitely looking for the back-to-back up the top, and that J misdrop. They're going to be alive for a bit, but yeah, Amber is able to find the pressure to take that round. SDPC spins from both sides. Fast back-to-back breaks from both players. Coldest with a 19 spike is going to push Amber up the top here. Amber finds that back-to-back breaks. It has a nice well that they can get to here in 2 eyepieces. Cold has the eyepieces in the well of their own to defend against this and has a continuation that keeps back-to-back for them. So Coldest is going to get that ding right here into a fast 09 stack. Amber is trying to catch up in the back-to-back game, but Cold releases their surge in a 23 spike. Amber finds a quick surge right there, and that is actually going to make Cold's board pretty cheesy. They are going to be on the down stack right now, but let's see if Amber is able to pressure push Cold up, and that is exactly what happens. SCPC spins. Both players finding that back-to-back at about the same time. Amber sending with a 20 spike, but Cold does not have the pieces they need to get out of that. Amber takes a 2-point lead here in this losers finals. Sifton versus TKI here. Was wondering what Cold was going to do with that setup. It looked like an STSD, but then it all been set up, and then I just wasn't sure what they were going to do with it. All right, so both players kind of on the up stack right now. Amber up at the top. Not sure if that... Okay, speaking of misdrops. Both players with a little bit of a misdrop situation that they had to fix. Both of them are out of it, but there is a little bit of messy garbage on Amber's board. That T misdrop is not the best, and that is going to cost them the round. PCO stack versus the stick spin continuation. Gold looking to get back to back here. There's that ding. Amber also up stacking right now. Amber finds their own back to back, and Cold misdrops here. They have the 13 spike. Amber sends their back-to-back, but Cold is in a spot to handle it for now. They find the down stack. They stay alive here. As Amber is just in a 9-0 stack, they switch it over to an 8-1. Find more back-to-back right here as Cold is at the top of the board. Forced to take a couple of not ideal skims, and Amber finds the pressure to top them out. Some SCPC spin action. Both players building up back to back here. Amber with the 21 spike. Cold sends their own spike back. Amber's a little bit pushed up at the top here, but they find the well. Cold is setting up some T-spins to put some pressure on Amber, who has a 3-6 well open and ready to go. Cold finds the pieces they need to stay alive and continue the down stack right there. Cold with a 19 spike in the back-to-back break is going to push Amber up to the top here. They misdrop that J piece. Very nice fix with the J spin. Amber finds a greedy T-spin in the middle of that and misdrops that S piece. They skim their way out of it as Cold is just trying to put on pressure right now. All right, Amber finds their way out of it as Cold is not able to pressure enough for this kill. Cold on the up stack. Cold with some fast attack here, getting that back to back as Amber is skimming a little bit here. Cold takes a bit more time on this attack and then breaks back to back, sends that. That's going to send somewhat clean. A little bit of cheese to work through before Amber can get into the clean part of that attack. Cold with the back to back as Amber is continuing to skim right now. Those are just coming in as 2-3 chunks onto Amber's board. Difficult to work with as garbage goes. Cold with some really nice all-spin setups in the middle of that. I really liked those ones. Cold with some messy garbage. There was a mini secret grade on the board right there. Ooh, both players finding and breaking back to back here. Amber finding it again. Nice prophecy T-spin there from Amber. Amber breaks. Cold with a S-spin triple setup for the fans. It's me, I'm the fans. And we are seeing gravity margin come into play here as we are at the 2.5 minute mark of this round. Cold is sitting here with this 13 back-to-back and breaks it in a 30 spike. Amber misdrops an S piece at the top, and that is enough to give Cold the round. Wow, a 2-minute 45-second round right there. Amber with the combo down stack right there. Cold breaks and finds a combo down stack of their own. That's going to put Amber's board in a not great state. We've got some of that cheese garbage right there, but Amber should defend against a lot of it. More of that combo cheese coming in, but Amber is able to just pressure Cold up to the top of the board. SDPC spin from Cold here. Amber breaking back to back and then misdropping that T piece. There is a continuation get out of that, but Cold is able to pressure early enough and not let Amber get out of that mistake. SCPC spin from Amber. That is some fast back-to-back bindage and breakage. Amber finds again and misdrops an O over the well, it looks like. Cold breaks back-to-back and misdrops, but recovers from the misdrop. They have a combo down stack. They're pushed up at the top of the board. Amber is continuing to put on pressure, but they're at the bottom. They don't have a ton of material to work with right now. Cold does find their way and breaks through this down stack with a Kaidon on the way. Amber sets up a TST into a combo down stack. However, this is going to pretty much even out. Amber putting some messy garbage onto Cold's board as Cold does find some all spins to keep their way going. Yeah, this is also looking to be a longer round as we're already past the minute mark. Cold is PC parity, but I don't think they're going to go for more PCs. Because they are going to go for that 24 spike and push Amber up at the top of the board. Amber is working through this, though. They do have some clean wells waiting for them at the bottom of their board. Cold skimming a bit here. Allspin's on the way down for Coldless, as Amber does have a clean well here in this 6-3 stack. Yeah, Cold's board not looking great right now, and that is going to be Amber's round. Interesting stick spin recovery there from Amber after a misdrop, I believe. As Cold is just in a 9-0 stack for the time being. Amber with a couple of skims as Cold finds the back-to-back. Z-spin triple for the fans. Into a 15 spike. Amber finds the back-to-back and breaks it. That's going to be a little messy on Cold's board. Cold up the top here, finds that back-to-back, breaks it onto the down stack. Amber finds back-to-back, breaks it. A lot of finding and then immediately breaking here. STSD setup from Coldless. Nope, they didn't. Okay, now they are. They have to take the out. Was that STSD setup too greedy? It looks like Cold is going to live another day and find their way into their well. Amber breaking back to back here and then misdropping that S piece. That's going to give Cold a little bit more time to survive. Pretty sure they had survival and did not take it there. Yeah, looking back at the stream, there was an eyepiece in hold. Okay, so Cold misdrops their MS2 and then they misdrop while trying to clean it up. Staying alive though. Pushing Amber up to the top of the board and turning that from a misdropped opener into a point. A little bit of plonking action. Both players find back-to-back. Amber breaks it. Cold is sitting there with the 9 surge ready to go. Amber having their board clean in preparation for this. This does come in nicely and Amber is equipped to handle it. Nice combo there from Cold. Cold has to deal with a hole in the stack right now. Clean that up, but Amber is at the bottom, doesn't have too much material to do anything. Cold with a 12 spike. Amber is going to be able to defend against that. However, Cold does have the back-to-back advantage right now. Sends that 22 spike, 24 spike. It just keeps going. And you can see those 1 and 2 garbage holes in that board that Amber is going to have to work through. Yeah, just very back and forth. It almost feels like players have to... These players are so good at not letting the other player take an opening or find an opening that it does kind of just go on a little bit. Just very effective amounts of risk taking from both sides, I say, as Amber finds another point. Cole just up at the top of the board there. Was not able to kick that piece over. Some fast opening here, especially from Amber, who's going almost 5 PPS. And has 9 back-to-back, but a misdrop and some cheese on the board. Are they going to be able to pressure Coldest to the top enough here? And they are. That is going to bring Amber to match point. Reminder, Cold is the one that just played in Winners Finals. So this would be an upset here if Amber is able to bring this home. Both players countering and spiking and counter-spiking and spiking, as both of them are playing very quickly here. Cold is not in the best spot. Do they have the out, or did Amber find the game? And that is it. Amber is going to go up to the grand finals to face Firestorm. Very exciting. Very cool. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, okay, when I said upset earlier, I meant in terms of bracket positioning, not in terms of seed. And that's why we have our 1 versus 2 seed in our grand finals here. It should be a very fun match. I'm looking forward to it. Firestorm, open your game, please. Oh, wait, there you are. Are you just... Oh, you show us offline, don't you? Okay. A little bit of back and forth in the lobby chat right here, but... Well, yeah, I mean, from the losers' side, that's what upset I was referring to. Bracket positioning. All right. GLHFs exchanged between the players, and we are excited to get this grand finals to you. Amber says GLHF a second time, just in case. Firestorm with a 2-7 here as Amber is going for the SDPC spin. You can never have too much GLHF, okay? Never have too much. Both players going fast here. Firestorm with the 26 spike. Amber slowing down a little bit here, finding the down stack, finding the combos. Firestorm is up stacking right now. Amber has this nice cut copy ready to go, and a clean well and a 28 spike. And Firestorm with the S spin. Hello? Oh my god. What, that is a wild round. The 40 spike from Amber and Firestorm's ability to almost survive there is okay. Here is the two different versions of SDPC spin. Firestorm is the one that has back-to-back advantage right now. They do send the 10 surge. That's going to come over pretty clean on Amber's board. Firestorm pushing Amber up again, but they are just confidently stacking here, and Firestorm has that -8 over onto Amber's board. They do break defensively, so not much coming out of that surge advantage. Amber's the one who finds the back-to-back right now. Breaks. Firestorm has the down stack to stay alive here. Amber finds back-to-back. Firestorm breaks before they're able to get that surge ding. And there's that -8 over onto Firestorm's board. They do have the clear well for now, and they do send a 22 spike. Amber up at the top here is forced to break back-to-back and take the less efficient down stack, but there they go. There's that 12 spike, and Firestorm with the 17 puts Amber up at the top yet again. Firestorm with the 9-0, finding a T-spin, finding a quad. But Amber now has a clean well to work with, and that eyepiece looks like it was misdropped. But still finding good efficiency anyways. Firestorm does take the time to build up a little bit of back-to-back and stay in that 9-0 stack for now. Firestorm says a 16 spike with that attack, but not too much follow-up here, so Amber's going to be able to handle this. Firestorm appears to have a misdrop on the board and takes an eye spin to stay alive. This still isn't looking great on Firestorm's side, but they live. They live. All right, there they go. Amber sets up an STSD here. T-burn in the stack during that, and it does not matter because Firestorm does find the second point here. Amber with the MS2 PC going for the DPC. Firestorm does have this 10 back-to-back as Amber is up at the top of the board. They don't have the pieces they need to get out yet. They get through the queue, they find the pieces, but there's that -15 at the top of the board. Firestorm is just continuing to build up that back-to-back here. So we do see that 19. We're about to get into the sound effects of the 20. Just kidding, we don't get any of those sound effects because Firestorm just sends that. Amber has no out right there. T misdrop sealed their fate, and that is going to be 2 points for Firestorm in this grand finals. TKI versus SDPC spin. Firestorm breaking back-to-back early. Amber able to accept without breaking back-to-back and then chooses to break their back-to-back. Firestorm does not have any pieces that can get them out, and we are tied at 2. SDPC from Amber. Firestorm pausing to find some all spins here. Going to have to break as Amber continues to pressure right here. Sets up a Trinity. Hello? Trinity for the fans, Amber? Alright, and Firestorm is able to handle that down stack for now. Finds a 22 spike, and Amber it just is not able to get to that well in time. Firestorm flunking a C-spin over here. Both players have back-to-back. Amber is staying relatively low on the board, whereas Firestorm has accepted a little bit of garbage so far, and of course they go for the C-spin there, because why wouldn't you? Amber sends a 12 spike, kind of more of a defensive spike as they don't have a follow-up. Both players find that back-to-back at the same time. Firestorm breaks first, Amber has to break defensively. Amber has a little bit of cheese on the board that they're going to have to work through first, whereas Firestorm had a bit of a cleaner stack, used a lot of the material, and are now on the up stack, trying to work with the small chunky garbage that has come in. Amber down at the bottom of the board yet again. Firestorm has that 12 advantage right there and is continuing to upstack, continuing to find back-to-back. Does not even need to break it there because Amber didn't... Oh, Amber misdropped their O piece. Yeah, that's what did it. The misdrops there. Sometimes it is very difficult to play these matches back to back, so I'm sure that fatigue could possibly be playing it back. Possible. Amber is the one though who coined like just play 5 hours straight of TL, so you know what? Maybe they should be used to this. Amber at the top of the board with this 4-5 stack. Sends an 18 spike. Firestorm has the pieces they need to stay alive for now. Has the eyepiece ready and hold. Eyepiece in the stack. Getting through this. Amber just trying to continue the pressure. A little bit of too wide to get into this down stack. It's just combo noise after combo noise after surge noise after back-to-back noise. A lot going on in this matchup, but that's to be expected from players of this skill level. Firestorm with a 23 spike is enough to cause Amber to downstack there, and ooh, yeah, they just don't have the piece they need to get out of that one. No continuation there as Firestorm finds the 5th point. SDPC spin from Amber. Firestorm gets and breaks back to back first. Amber breaks quickly after. There is now a little bit of cheese on both players' boards from those quick back-to-back breaks. However, Firestorm's board is looking way more cheesed up as they do go for a 15 spike with a combo in there. Amber's board is now looking cheesier as Firestorm does get to the bottom here. Amber gets through it with their own combo and is going to be met with a relatively clean well. Firestorm is in a 6-3 right now. Slowing down just a little bit, but finding their way out. Amber with a spike over on a Firestorm side that's going to leave them with that messy board yet again. A lot of players have said that sending clean in Season 2 is not a good idea. And you can probably see why, because you can see how much these players are slowed down when there is that messy garbage. It makes it so much harder to maintain that back-to-back, even for players at this level. And these players are handling this very well. A lot of back-to-back to be exchanged here. Amber finds and breaks. Firestorm finds and breaks. There's going to be a little bit of garbage on Firestorm's side, and there's going to be a very nice fix there. Amber finds back-to-back, but they're in an 8-1 stack, so it's pretty difficult for them to maintain that back-to-back. They do break right there. Firestorm looking for a continuation, not finding it, and that is going to be another point for Amber. Fast round for Amber there as Firestorm does not find the out. Kind of an opener main round right there. Firestorm plonking a little bit here. Both players keeping their back-to-back. Amber is the first to break. Firestorm may be forced to break defensively. They do. Couple of all spins into a spike there for Firestorm. Firestorm finds another spike. Amber finds a spike of their own. Finds an 18 combo down stack right there. Amber with 3-6 garbage working in their favor right now. That is a very clean way to well transfer that. And Firestorm is over here with this 2-7, finding their all spins, keeping their back-to-back going. A nice fractal setup right there. A lot of this garbage just getting canceled out from both sides. Amber setting up an SDSD over the well is going to send a 35 spike to Firestorm. We can't really do too much about it, and we are tied up in this grand finals. see that stick spin first bag from both sides and the C spin setup from both sides. Amber misdrops their continuation. Firestorm misdrops as well, so both players are kind of on even ground. Turning misdrops into T-spins over on Firestorm's side. Amber with that 6 back-to-back thinks about it, breaks it. The way that these players can just greed an extra T-spin with just insane burst speed is just inhuman to watch. Firestorm finds the lead back. The all-spin continuations out of the openers are also very cool. It's nice to see openers adapted like that, but Amber is up at the top with that surge, does have to use it. Firestorm is still sending throughout that though, and Amber's up top, but has a very clean down stack. There's that down stack. Firestorm has a little bit more messiness in their stack, and so they're going to have to take that a lot more delayed. SCSC from Firestorm. Both players with that similar surge. Firestorm sends first, and that is going to leave the -7 on their board. Amber sends. Firestorm is able to stack up that T-spin in time, and the defense is there. Firestorm breaks that back-to-back as Amber has some interesting T-spin setup over here. That is some pretty messy garbage, and that is an Almas drop on Amber's side. They do fix that very well, though. As Firestorm continues to send cheese right here. Amber accepts a little bit of clean garbage from Firestorm. Board is not ideal. Pieces are not ideal. Down stack found on Amber's side. Amber has this 2-7 setup right here into a spike. Firestorm accepts that, comes in as some cheese at the bottom. Scheming on both sides here. Neither player holding back-to-back for long, and neither player letting their opponent even have that option. Like right there. 2 minutes in, and we are starting to see gravity margin. However, we also see a tied score again. SDPC spin on Amber's side, whereas Firestorm is going for more freestyle stacking. Bringing that 2-7 over into the center well, over into a side well with some side all spin setups. Amber finds and breaks back to back. Firestorm is able to defend against it, which leaves them with the 14 surge advantage. That number continues to tick up. Firestorm now sitting at that 16. Oh gosh. Yeah, Amber did not have the board to deal with that. Spiked so high up above that board. Amber has a surge advantage right now. That is going to be sent over to Firestorm's side. Firestorm having to do the math on breaking and finding the down stack. Firestorm stays alive here as Amber stacks up a couple of T-spins in this 9-0. Love to see the 9-0. Oh, the eye misdrop. No. No, the eye misdrop is so sad to see there from Amber. Always hurts. Immediately into stick spin. Firestorm's board a little bit awkward. They take the skims to get into their down stack. Both players just finding that power down stack at the same time. Firestorm is a cut copy, and Amber has a giant 1-8 well. Ooh, Firestorm finds the 24 spike as Amber is not able to find an out in time. That is so fast. It's very difficult to find your way out when it is that fast. And Amber misdrops the SDC spin. Firestorm is finding their C-spin right now. That's going to leave Amber with some pretty clean garbage to work with to pressure Firestorm here. Firestorm slowed down there for the all-spins finds, but that hesitation is actually going to lose them the round. TKI from Firestorm. Amber misdrops their stick spin again. Worked out for them last time, but we will see if Firestorm's able to find the damage, and they do, and that is going to bring Firestorm to tournament point here. Stick spin on both sides. I'm sure we will be seeing the C spins in just a minute from both of them. Amber plunking theirs. Firestorm just absolutely sending theirs. Firestorm has to break back to back while Amber is able to maintain theirs. Amber finding a T-spin in the middle of the stack there. Has that 10. Sends that 10 surge. Firestorm's at the top here. The eye spin from Firestorm is great as Amber is now at the bottom, out of material. Firestorm is sending the cheese onto Amber's board. Amber is down stacking, is trying to send that cheese back into Firestorm's direction, who is just looking for this final point right now. Amber building up the 9-0 stack, the Kaidan into the back-to-back, into the side spin, and Amber misdrops that J piece and ooh, misdrops a second J piece, and that is going to be your tournament. Congrats to Firestorm. Very well played from Amber and the others that we saw today. But yeah. Who will win? Firestorm. Nobody thought this. Oh no. All right, yeah, and I believe that is it, unless here I will look to see if we have anything we need to promote, anything you'd like me to talk about, but otherwise we're just going to get into our raid. But yeah, as always, thank you guys for watching. Definitely feel free to follow if you want to see more of these tournaments. So many of them happening over here at Hummingbird Nest. And yeah, thank you guys for having me as well. Alright, yeah. Looks like we'll be raiding Zune, our Hungarian homie U-rank player. Definitely say hi to Zune. And yeah, hope you guys have a nice rest of your day.